Usagi! Usagi! And I am here with more Final Fantasy XIV in theory. I am approaching hour 3 of waiting in queue and getting disconnected from queue and then getting back into queue, but we're not too far along, so I actually don't think we'll be sitting here that long. It was getting to a point where I was like, I don't even know if I can stream today, just because of how bad it's been. But we seem to be in pretty okay shape. I suspect there's one more disconnect in our future, at least. But we will see. But if we get disconnected at all via the game, so if you start at like 5,000 or 4,000, that's about a 2 or 3 hour wait. So if we get and once you get disconnected, you are back at the top of the queue. If you get disconnected via game, so we will just have to. People have been getting disconnected a lot in game as of late. So if that happens, that's just the end. I can't. I can't sit through another stream of queue. So, but it is what it is. Hello, Vargan. How are you? How are you? I am not too bad. I'm actually incredibly sleepy. But, and hungry. I was thinking about if I was going to be waiting in queue, I was thinking about grabbing a little something to munch on, but in the end I did not. I should have, though. But I am glad you are good. What have you been up to as of late? Oh, no, it is the holidays. To be expected. All around. Disconnected. I have heard of the series. I have heard it's very good. Game really did fucking disconnect me. Now we're gonna spend several minutes not being able to connect to the data center. That's actually the future. Holy shit. First try there. At the very least, if you get the 2002 error, it usually puts you back in the queue, so long as you don't take too long to get back in there. But when you hit, like, when you can't even connect to the data center, that's a whole different beast. It gets very scary. I think it holds it for about 5 minutes. Now I don't even get to look at my character. It's so frustrating because they tell you, never once has my character been here have I had a successful login, but when it's missing, it seems to go okay. They tell you to wait until you can see your character. No, that has not worked for me. And then they're like, well, if you just wait a few hours. I was like, I can't. No one else is. I'm sorry, Final Fantasy. That disconnect that I predicted came a lot sooner than I thought, so I suspect we'll see another one. I get one about every 500 people or so. Like every 500 steps I take into the queue, I usually get disconnected. That is the way of it. I try not to be too... It's frustrating, but I try not to be too mad. I know that Final Fantasy XIV has a big influx of players, that they weren't able to expand upon the servers as they wanted to due to COVID. I know there's a lot going on. So I try not to get, like, absolutely raging mad, because that doesn't help anybody. But it is okay to be frustrated, and it is okay to feel frustrated about the situation. They are giving us 7 free days of Final Fantasy XIV to make up for this, which is very kind of them. Well, Final Fantasy XIV devs have always been very open, and they communicate very, very well. As a longtime WoW player, as a longtime WoW player, the way that they treat their player base is very, very good. And so the very least I can do as a player myself is to show them the same kind of respect and patience. They are a company at the end of the day, but there are people that work. The people that work on this game do so with love, and such. And so, screaming isn't gonna get anybody anywhere. Final Fantasy, and make no mistake, there are definitely toxic people in Final Fantasy XIV, but you will never be kicked for, like, it's less toxic in that, like, so, man, when I played WoW, you could go outside the cities, and you would see people, like, you could duel one another, and then they would, like, fight, and people could parse freely and see their own damage numbers, and it became a thing of, like, well, if you're not doing so much damage, then you're just not good enough to be here. And while that is, when you're doing the highest of high-end content, that is true. Your damage does matter. But if you're just in, like, a regular dungeon, it doesn't. And there's no... So, because parsing has been banned in Final Fantasy XIV, and there can be no talk of numbers and such, it definitely reins in a lot of the toxicity. Not to say that people aren't supreme assholes, because they are on occasion, but it's just a much nicer when you don't have those looming, like, I'm the best and you need to be the best sort of things hanging over your head. It tends to chill the community out a touch. Yeah. I have very good memories of WoW, make no mistake. I miss Burning Crusade and Wrath of the Lich King days very, very much. But they have taken away a lot of the things that I loved about that game, so that, like, and it's a big rush to get to the end and do the end game content, which I am not, like, over the moon to do. I liked going through the worlds, and I like leveling and questing, but they've basically removed that step to make it go as fast as possible, which is disheartening and disappointing. And then the story and the writing isn't all that good, to be quite honest. Oh yeah, I just joined, like, a random group for some place that wasn't even, like, it wasn't even that hard. It was an older dungeon, and they were like, if you don't, and I was just trying out Death Knight, so I could get gear, and I was told in the party chat that if I didn't improve my numbers on this old ass content, that they would kick me, and I was like, why? It doesn't matter. It, like, legitimately doesn't matter. But I wasn't performing high enough to the expected standards of what I should have been doing had I been geared, which I wasn't. That was the whole point for me being in there. To slightly improve my gear. And that sort of stuff is important too in Final Fantasy XIV. But unless you are actually trying to do harder stuff that you have to go out of your way to do, and no one really gives you grief about it, and there's ways that, like, so I do a lot of, when I was farming in Shadowbringers, I would make parties, and if I wanted things to go really, really fast, I would set the gear level to be this high, And that way, everyone's going to be at least that high. So you expect a certain amount of performance for people that have gone out of their way to get their gear that high. And that way no one who is trying to get their gear, and yeah. Aw, I'm sorry. The random community isn't so bad if you ever do want to give it a try. But I understand playing an MMO by yourself is not it's not it's not always so fun. I've always liked plugging alone on my own, but it's fun to do content with people too and friends. You can live vicariously through me, Vorkin. Just live through me. 363? We're nearly there. Give or take another disconnect. That's not so bad. I was a little worried it would take an hour to get through 1,000 people, but it'll probably be about 15-20 minutes. I'm so excited. I know some stuff's gonna pop off soon where I get where I'm at. The political intrigue of Garlemald really interests me. $290. We're almost there. Almost there. Should stream this super late at night when the queues are like nothing. But that would be no fun. So many questions. I'm so excited about Van Daniel. That stuff was really good. Garlemald Intrigue is really good. I'm definitely glad that Julius was not one of the sons. I didn't think so. He looked too young to be Nerva. But he was prominent. He was featured prominently in the trailers and whatnot. So I couldn't help but be a little scared. Plus you got Emmett whispering in your ear, which is curious indeed. Curious, curious. What does it all mean? It's also, I was going back through Ankasa, and there was an interesting thing that Heidelin said to you very early on in Charlian. And then it was, she was talking about how, was it Kryl? She was communicating through people with the live stream, and it was like Kryl and one other, should you wish it to be so. And I was like, oh, is it Emmett? Is it the boy? It has to be, though. I don't know if I've ever told this story online. It was not anything that I could easily read, like we did with the short stories. But after Shadowbringers came out, it was the Starlight Festival later that year, and there was a little comic strip of sorts of it was a Moogle delivering presents to some of the more popular characters in the Final Fantasy XIV universe, like presents given from the fans, and so like Rahatia got some, and then House 4 Tomps got some, and it was like going down the line, and the Moogle messenger stops in Amarat, and he goes to Hythlodaeus, and he's like, I'm looking for a man named Emmett Selk. Do you know where I can find him? And, this is end of Shadowbringer, so Emmett Selk is gone. And Hythlodaeus is like, oh yes, our great lord, our great esteemed Emmett Selk is in the underworld. And the Moogle's like, oh, I don't know how to give him these presents then, and like, it's very important that I do. And Hythlodaeus goes, well, I'll just turn these presents into ether, and I will drop them into the live stream, and should Emmett Selk wish it to, he can come and pick them up whenever he likes. And the Moogle's like, oh, I don't know about that, but Hythlodaeus just goes and does it. And so he's like, you can rest assured that if it ever strikes his fancy, Emmett Selk will come and grab these presents. For he is in the live stream to do so. So, because Emmett Selk died so curiously, and not like how you would expect Ascians to die, much like Elidibus did as well. Elidibus died curiously, and Emmett Selk died curiously. They could both, theoretically, they could both be in the live stream. Which is how we are able to call upon Emmett Selk in times of need with our stone. So he's probably most certainly whispering to us from the stone, and is probably, I would imagine, in contact with Heidelin, if he is untempered after we killed him. Elidibus is a more curious matter, and he might very well be gone, but he is the heart of Zodiark. At the very least, he's untempered, and I don't know, he might be gone for good. He's more likely gone than Emmett is. If only because Emmett didn't die in a way that made any sense as far as Ascians go. I just keep rolling things around in my head. There's so much story left to go. We're only like 83, 82? I think 83 in Garlemald. We're almost there. Convocation 13. Oh, I have not considered doing ASMR, but thank you. I'm just babbling about Final Fantasy 14 stuff. Maybe. Wouldn't it be funny? Somebody randomly comes across my screen. I would love to do voice acting work, but at one point in time, like when anime was like starting to really, really get big, around here. Like, it was always pretty big, but, like, there was definitely, like, when cons and conventions started happening, like, all over the place, that, like, everyone wanted to be a voice actor. It was a very difficult field to get into. I imagine it probably still is. But maybe one day someone will come across my stream and all the doors will open. Me. You never know. Woo! We've done it. Alright. Well, let's waste no time and hop right into it. I have to remind myself not to touch it, even if it starts to itch. I'd rather not set it off by accident. Anyway, enough about that. Let's learn what we can from the refugees. It will take more than a trifle such as this to deter us. Compared to what Garleans people have suffered in recent days, these scholars are a minor inconvenience. So, we have been technically taken prisoner by the Garleans. We did it willingly, and then they collared Alize and Alphino so that they couldn't escape. We didn't get collared because we are too strong for such bullshit, but if we try and run away, they get punished. Julius has his orders, unpleasant though they may be. As per Lord Quintus's instructions, I am to supervise you during your time here in Turretum. Before you ask, no, I don't have a key or any other means to move your collars, nor would I tell you if I did, and if you try anything, you'll soon wish you hadn't. So, do you truly intend to speak with the others, or was that merely a ruse? We're in no hurry to disobey Lord Quintus, if that's what you mean, or perhaps you doubt the wisdom of his decision. Do as you will, but remember, I'll be watching. If I catch wind of you doing anything untoward, trying to kick our people into turning their coats and the like, those shock collars will be the last of your worries, understood? Although we're somewhat compromised, to put it lightly, let's not waste this opportunity. I suggest splitting up and learning what we can of their situation, and above all else, don't use magics of any sort. Oh yeah? What if I just... You, on the other hand, may go wheresoever you wish, even outside the camp. I know full well I couldn't stop you if I tried. But do not forget, if you do anything to endanger us or our interests, Alphino and Alize will pay the price. No magics? What do you think about this magic? Bam! You like that, Julius? You little bitch? You like this magic? Alright. You came with Julius, didn't you? Well, whatever business brought you here, you'd best keep your hands off that aetherite. It's deactivated, but I'd rather you didn't mess with it. There are others throughout the city built by Garleans. 4 Garleans! Could teleport all over in the blink of an eye, provided there was a terminal nearby. These days, however, we use the aetherite's power to keep this place lit, though that comes at the cost of its normal function. I did notice that. I imagine it looks like this because they can't teleport by normal means, because Garleans don't have magic. Oh, I should turn up my music. I didn't even think about that. There we go. The radio is the same model as the one used at Victor's spoils. Perhaps it is what saved these soldiers from being tempered. Yeah. It's so cold. The young soldier is on the verge of losing consciousness. It's you, Akaliana! I served under Lord Gaius in the 14th Legion. I was there on the night the Praetorium fell. You and your adventurers, you killed them. My comrades, my friends, swept them aside in their dozens, as though they were nothing to you. And maybe I am too, just another faceless enemy to cut down, but it won't be long until our countrymen return, until you get what you deserve. Mark my words. Ooh. Quintus is in there. Alphino and Alice are in there. Is there aught we can do to ease your woes? So cold, and probably hasn't had a proper meal in days. If only we'd brought some food with us, but perhaps I could use a little magic to— No, I must— Gods, this is so frustrating. I know who you are, the so-called champion of Eorzea. Come to gloat, have you? I'll wipe that smirk off your face. By the blood of our fallen compatriots, I swear I'll— Ugh. Damn. Tore the sutures. Of all times, the worst of the lot within striking distance, and I can't even muster the strength. If it weren't for the third bleeding us, we'd be the end of you. Virgilia's treachery nearly cost Lord Quintus his life, but we made our escape. Took shelter in a mansion, tended to the wounded as we prepared to strike back, and then night fell and we gathered around the radio. Then the roar, the terrible roar. The capital was in chaos, but we were spared. If you can call this a mercy, mind intact but body broken, a soldier in name alone. I'd cut you down where you stand if I could, murderer. Did you learn anything of note? Then your findings are consistent with my own. Their plight is indeed, their plight is desperate indeed. The sick and injured are at greatest risk. Without warmth and proper nutrition, I fear they will soon perish. I realize there is precious little we can do for them at present, but I cannot bear to see them suffer. Please, will you help me tend to them? Yep. What do you need me to do, Alphino? Was there my eyes? I can't see that well. Thank you. The numbness has subsided a little, but I know it won't last much longer. You should look on the others who can still fight. Give them my ration. If me going hungry means someone else lives to see another day, so be it. At least I can serve in that way. Car in the train. So those you met fare no better. I was afraid you would say that. I know we were warned against meddling in their affairs, but we can't leave them like this. Perhaps we might gain permission to have a contingent deliver supplies. Quintus may have made his feelings on the matter quite clear, but even he must recognize they are in no position to refuse help. Maybe Julius could persuade him? Though, then we'd need to persuade Julius first. Well, seen enough? Julius, the people here have barely enough food and fuel to survive. Have you and the other soldiers been able to procure any more supplies? We've been scavenging provisions from nearby houses, as most families kept some food stored away in the event that they were snowed in. Still, going out and getting it is dangerous work, and we have a lot of mouths to feed. Fuel isn't the greater concern, though. We had some ceruleum set aside until it was stolen. We haven't identified the culprit. Could have been other refugees, or one of the afflicted for all we know. Either way, we're down to the last dregs. Without heating they need, those in poor health are only going to get worse instead of better. If it's ceruleum you need, our contingent has secured a ready supply. We can have some sent over. We will not accept your charity. If we can hold on a little longer, the situation is sure to change. Aye, everything will change. One of your comrades mentioned something along those lines. Heard something of it, have you? Well, from what I've seen, there's little you could do to interfere, so there's no harm in telling you. One of our scouts spotted a hooded man issuing instructions to the afflicted or, in the bastard's words, loyal servants of the Telephori. Then he made his way inside the Imperial Palace, or what stands in its place. We identified the seat of the enemy's power. We realized Lord Quintius dispatched a messenger to the 10th Legion saying as much, and instructing them to join forces with the provincial legions to prepare for a combined assault on the Telephori. Once our allies arrive, your contingent will be sent running for the hills. Then we shall reclaim the capital by our own hand. And how do you intend to survive in the meantime? At this rate, many of your countrymen will perish long before reinforcements reach Garlemald. They need help now. Say the word and we will bring you ceruleum. I will speak with Lord Quintus. So, did he agree to it? No, he will not place Garlemald in the debt of her enemies. I have, however, been ordered to search for ceruleum outside. As you are under my watch, you will come with me. Very well. After all, many hands make light work. You are a lot more trouble than you're worth. Once we're outside, you will follow my instructions to the letter. We depart shortly. Julius finds himself in a somewhat bizarre position of leading ambassadors of an enemy contingent on a salvage mission. We will begin our search for ceruleum in Brigigio Urbanissima. The first location is Forum Solius, a park to the northwest of this station. You are to remain close at all times and act as ordered. Follow me. I guess I'll ride. So this is the park. I'm surprised they found space for one amongst all these buildings. Actually, the recreational areas came first. The houses were later built around them. A healthy society requires communal spaces for children to play and adults to socialize. The park was named after the founding father of the empire, the great Solus Galvus. Did we come to extract ceruleum from the wrecked Magitech armor? No, we've already drained it dry. Same goes for the rest of the machina in the vicinity. But as our ceruleum has been stolen, we must scour the city for every last drop. And while I don't expect to find anything here, I've decided to try one more time in case something has been overlooked. I see. Then with your permission, we will commence the search. Though rather small by Garlean standards, the structure is reminiscent of a merchant stall. Perhaps it was built for children to play at shopkeeper. There is nothing in sign resembling Magitech or any other devices that would be fueled by ceruleum. Several points of interest are marked on the map of Forum Solius. The pond children's play area, to your knowledge, however, none would require the use of ceruleum. A cursory inspection of the wrecked Magitech armor confirms that the fuel canisters have long since been drained of ceruleum, as Julius said. This, whatever it appears to have been some sort of symbolic meaning relating to this park, even though the place is named after Solus, it doesn't seem to be a statue of him. Well, at least not anymore. But maybe it was once a fountain, or somewhere the man himself used to sit. Not that it would matter, even if we knew, but I can't help wondering. Let me slide. The contraption is built in the style of an Imperial war mechana armed with a battery of weapons and capable of transforming into different configurations, but on closer inspection appears to be no more than a children's slide. Oh, it's you. Any luck? There's no sign of any ceruleum. Hardly this surprising, but disappointing nonetheless. I couldn't help noticing you're gazing at the pond. Is something the matter? What? Yes. I mean, no. I used to bring my brother and sister here to play. The pond was heated to stop it from freezing over, so like all the other children, they just had to wade in and splash about. Would have stayed there if I didn't drag them out, but we'd be sopping wet when all was said and done, every time. And every time when we'd get home, Mother would scold us, saying we'd catch our death walking around like that. The pond was heated. With a ceruleum-powered heater, by chance. I suppose it must have been, come to think of it. I remember seeing engineers changing out a tank beneath a hatch. But that was a long time ago, when the water still flowed clear and it wasn't this brackish muck. You can't see a thing, and I can't remember where the hatch might be. With the machinery most likely broken, the amount of filth in there is probably the only reason it hasn't frozen over. I'd wager it's still unbearably cold, though. Julius, what are your thoughts on magic? The average Garlean would jump out of their skin if they saw it, but the first has a few foreigns, Signifree and Medicae, so it doesn't scare me. Then I take it you won't mind if I employ a little now. Elvino, as you have a knack for finding dry wood, why don't you bring me some? Once that's done, a blast of your fire should do the trick. Leave it to me. You're not planning on going in there, are you? Of course I am. The tank isn't going to fetch itself. If nothing so involved as extracting unprocessed ceruleum from a frozen lake, like how the tappers do it, we're talking about a shallow pond in a park. And we have a way of warming ourselves up afterward. But that's insane. So fancy a dip? The last thing we need is you catching a cold. If you're concerned for my well-being, you can dive into the pond and help me look. The quicker we find that ceruleum, the sooner we can get out of here. I do need to turn this down a smidge. Yeah, it's quite a bit louder than I normally have it. There we go. You delve into the murky water, but come up empty-handed. To add injury to insult, the icy wind on your damp clothing chills you to the bone. Uh-oh. Gods be good, it's cold. Perhaps we should have listened to Julius after all. I wanna do that for myself. Shoebill, no. You delve into the murky water, but come up empty-handed. To add insult to injury, the icy wind on your damp clothing chills you to the bone. I'm wondering, I assume it's over there, but I'm gonna look at all of them just to be safe. In case there's any, yeah, in case there's any fun little tidbits. Beneath the water, your fingers catch on what you must think to be a handle. You open the hatch and retrieve a ceruleum tank. However, your grand discovery comes at great personal cost as you become acutely aware of the freezing cold and rancid odor emitting from every limb of your body. Julius will doubtless feel compelled to pinch his nose shut when you deliver to him your prize. Now I stinky and cold. Did you find anything? I hope you did. That's it. And there's still some ceruleum left. The fire's still not ready. Hold on. I'll give Elphino a hand. Oh. Julius is not so bad. Call me an Uldan, because by fire I am reborn. And my clothes are mostly dry now, too. I appreciate you recovering the ceruleum, but I wish you'd taken the time to discuss the plan with me beforehand. Despite the way you've been treated in Lord Quintus's eyes, you're still envoys deserving of protection. If you were to die on my watch, he would be most displeased. Your concern is duly noted, but all's well that ends well. Julius, you mentioned coming here with your younger siblings. Did you grow up in Garlemald? I did, not far from here. My father was an accomplished researcher in his youth, and for his contributions to the Empire, awarded an estate. We lived, well, better than many. What was Garlemald like in those days? Everything. It was everything you could imagine, and so much more. Even during the coldest winters, we were always found warmth and comfort at home. Coming in from the snow, taking off your coat, and sitting down for a hot meal with family. Visiting friends and relatives, receiving the same welcome, knowing they had everything they needed. Walking down the street, seeing the lights in all the houses, hearing the faint sounds of laughter and song of happiness. And although the summers came and went all too quickly, in that brief respite the ice would melt and the forgotten grass make its triumphant return. Gray clouds gave way to blue skies. Some mornings we climbed to the top of the tallest buildings we could find and watched the sunrise. Never again. Those rooftops are rubble, those friends are dead, and those memories. But if I could reclaim a fraction of what we once had, soon our chance will come. We just need to hold on a little longer. Now that the... Well, hold on, let me talk to these two. Owing to the wealth of experience I've accrued at gathering firewood, I was even able to provide Julius with some basic pointers on the subject. I thought it might help to further build a rapport and to distract him from his other concerns. Well, at least my clothes are finally dry, though they could still do with a proper wash. Now that the fire has burned out, Julius is ready to move on. Alright, now that you've recovered from your escapades in the pond, there's another location I'd like to search, just outside the park. Oops. Yeah, I thought so. As you can see, this place is littered with the remnants of various types of war machina. While my comrades and I have already recovered the tanks from the less damaged units, those that took more severe beating are harder to scavenge. We decided to save those for another time, that time being now. Rather than pry them apart piece by piece, it would be quicker to remove the outer casing using compact explosives. With luck, we'll gain access to the tanks without rupturing them. Though the force generated by these devices is relatively weak, I would advise you to stand well clear to avoid being hit by any shrapnel. Before even bothering, though, you should check the Machinist's ceruleum gauge to see if there is even any left. It should provide an accurate reading, even if the unit itself is inactive. If the gauge is broken, I'll let you decide whether to use this explosive or not. Should you need more, come to me. Understood. Let's get to work. The ceruleum gauge on this unit appears to have been broken, giving you no way to determine how much fuel its tank may hold. Let's fuck it up. After successfully removing the war machina's outer casing and retrieving the ceruleum tank, you find it to be completely empty. Damn it. According to the ceruleum gauge, the unit's fuel tank is empty. The ceruleum gauge on this unit appears to be broken, giving you no way to determine what the tank may hold. It'll be fine. You retrieve the war machinist's ceruleum tank to find it's still half full, or half empty, depending on one's perspective. Either way, Julius will surely be pleased by your discovery. More explosives? Wait, is that what I think it is? You've done it again! Truly luck is on your side. With this, we should be able to refuel quite a few of our heaters. It's time we headed back. Wait here while I go see how Alize and Elvina are faring. Oh boy. I hope nothing bad happens.
Finally escaped the watchful gaze of your keepers, have we?
Oh, Thancred.
Don't react. You'll only draw attention to yourself. Just carry on as you are and listen. After you left with the Garlean lad, Lucia bade a few of us scouts follow you at a discreet distance. We observed you being led into the station, but decided against venturing inside. When you emerged sometime later, and we saw that the twins were sporting Magitech collars, it was clear what had taken place. Now, as quietly as you can, tell me everything. The Legatus himself, eh? Now there's a surprise. This is also the first I've heard of a plan to join forces with the 10th and storm the Tower of Babel. An interesting development, and perhaps the opportunity we've been waiting for. Our comrades back at the camp also received some rather promising news, but it's still too early to get our hopes up. For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them. With luck, this will all be over soon. Until then.
They had not gone far.
We searched high and low, but no luck, I'm afraid. I might have guessed you'd be the only one to find anything.
I wasn't expecting much to begin with. Eventually, there will be nothing left out here for us to safely salvage. For now, this will have to suffice. We should return to the station.
Ah, there you are. Heard you'd gone hunting for ceruleum above ground. Brought back a king's ransom?
Hardly. But thanks to these three, we have enough to last a little while longer.
Well, well. It's not at all as I was expecting, these ones. For savages, they seem positively docile. It's a poor attempt at humor. In all honesty, I'm grateful for your efforts. But even with another night of warmth, there are those among us who may not live to see the morrow.
I trust your expedition was fruitful.
Why would you trust that?
Lord Quintus!
Use what you procured to refuel the armor.
But, sir, what about the heaters for the camp?
The time for action is upon us. My men and I have matters to discuss. In the meantime, you are to wait here. Do not forget, you are being watched.
Is the 10th Legion here?
The time for action. What did he mean by that?
I can only speculate. Clearly something requiring their magitech, given what we just heard. Whether they plan to utilize it now, or after they join with the 10th, is another question. Will they ever escape this cold? Return to and reclaim the idyllic spaces of which Eula spoke?
Finished your war, Council?
Alphino and Alizé are to stay here as our prisoners. They will be released once your comrades have relinquished their supplies and withdrawn from Garlean soil.
Oh.
Until our terms are met, they will be detained at a separate location.
After everything we've said and done, this is how you treat us.
Our allies have but limited supplies. They may stave off cold and starvation for a short while, but what then?
For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them.
Everything will be alright. Have faith.
Get them out of here.
Alphino and Alize will be fine, providing they do not resist. Once again, Julius has been entrusted with an unevitable task. Unenviable. That was indeed the word. You will accompany me back to your camp, where I will meet with your leader and present Lord Quintus's demands. Before we depart, however, there is something I would ask of you. Assuming your contingent complies, the supplies they surrender will need to be transported here. That task falls to Legionaries Marcellinus and Octavia, who will pilot Magitech armor to your headquarters. You are to inform them that we are leaving shortly. Tell them to ask the eel for further details, in those words. Once you've seen to that, meet me by the exit. You again. Ask the eel, he said. So that'd be the way of it, after all this. How ironic that you should be the one to deliver the news. If those are my orders, then so be it, for the glory of Garlemald. What do you want with me? Astiel, so Lord Quintus has reached a decision. I knew he would understand, that he would recognize that a savage is a ruthless, merciless creature, and to defeat him, we too must be uncompromising. I am ready. In the name of Emperor Varys, for the glory of Garlemald, I will fulfill my duty. Have you done as instructed? What do you mean by ask the eel? I am not at liberty to divulge that. What I can say is this. You have no cause for concern if our demands are met. You and I are in this together, like it not. We have to cooperate. There is one other matter. A place I'd like to visit on the way to your camp. It's a short walk from here. Follow me. Give me a moment, please. What are we looking at? I assume this was your house. Julius lingers by the ruins, reluctant to leave and reluctant to stay, unable to move on.
This is my home. Our home. At least it was, until that night. I was with Lord Quintus when the capital fell, and thus spared. My family, who did not own a radio, were less fortunate. When dawn came, I made my way here. My parents, my little brother and sister, they were still inside. But they weren't themselves, and they tried to. And I had to. I'd promised to take them away from the capital that very morning, to somewhere safe, to hide until the fighting stopped. I promised. The Garlean flag bears a chain, the bonds between our countrymen. A red link at its center, the blood of the fallen. Our loved ones who lived and died for Garlemald. But if she too fell, who would be left to remember them and their sacrifice? What enduring proof would there be that they were ever here? If we had turned to your gods, would they have saved us? I'm sorry, forget I spoke. We should go.
It's no use.
Believe me, I do not enjoy being here any more than you. But she wanted us to play along, so that is what we will do.
So cold.
Painfully so. Unbearably.
I've been thinking about what Quintus said. About why no one would accept Garlean rule. Irreconcilable differences. When coexistence isn't an option, only conquest remains. Varys at Gimlet said much the same. Only by uniting the world beneath a single standard would we rid ourselves of the Ascians. United as one people, one race cleansed of imperfections, a cold and unforgiving vision. And when we fail to live up to their standards, what place is there for us in their world? But the truly sad, truly frustrating thing is how damnably similar it all is to the lofty ideals of Father and the Forum. Non-intervention. Always Non-intervention. Protect our knowledge and our people, and to hells with the rest of you. And yet, I can see how it happened. Varys and Father looked to their elders for guidance and took their virtues as their own. But for this world was of their making. In who else could they place their trust? All of us lost in a sea of chaos, searching desperately for purpose and meaning. But it shouldn't just be an extension of another's. It has to be ours. It has to be. We all have a stake in this world. No one should be silenced.
I won't deny that we lack the experience of people such as Father or Quintus. Perhaps they've come to see the world as a series of problems, and the most efficient way of solving them, to reduce everything to fundamental forms. A stone is a stone, a cloud, a flower, no more than that. Simple descriptions that strip the subject of distinguishing characteristics. A man is a man, divided according to race, creed, or allegiance, and to some, defined by such associations.
Is that what you think?
In my misbegotten youth. But what I believed wisdom was no more than aggressive ignorance. I've since learned to look beyond the banners and the politics, to see people as individuals with their own hopes and dreams. As for my dream of building a better world, well, every day I'm reminded that it is far more complex than I had ever imagined. But it only spurs me onward, to find the wisdom and the strength to see it through to the very end.
All of our supplies and an immediate withdrawal. These are your conditions?
Demands. And you forgot about the airship. Once again, you will leave one behind. It will be used to return the prisoners. Their collars will be removed prior to the exchange.
So in the end, not even Father's expertly worded rhetoric could deter you from your chosen course.
Huh?
Not that I thought for a moment that it would. I've no love for violence, of course, but ours is a cause worth fighting for. I just wish he'd realize it too. Sometimes the only way to protect the ones you love is to take a stand, to refuse to suffer in silence. I want you to know I share your conviction. Whether it be on the battlefield or in the debating chamber, I won't back down. I guess what I'm saying is...
You've found your own reason to fight.
Yes. Yes, I have. God's willing, there will come a day when we can finally lay down our arms, and there will be peace. But not until the Telophoroi have been defeated once and for all. And you, brother, will have a vital part to play. By your words and deeds, you'll lead the way.
I pray I am up to the task.
There'll always be naysayers. Those who think us fools for even trying. It's easy for learned elites to criticize earnest efforts and assert their moral superiority, all without offering alternatives. Not that their sophistry has ever wounded you. So stubborn and strong. Stronger than you even know. Don't ever change, you hear me? If you stumble, I'll be there to catch you. Or give you a thick ear. Maybe both, for good measure.
Thank you, Alice.
Oh. Estinian was having none of that.
The scouts have secured Alize and Alfino. Their collars were removed without complication as well. They report no casualties, not for their party nor the guards, who will wake from their premature slumber in due course.
It would appear the situation has changed. I propose new terms. We have information that will be of great interest to Lord Quintus, and I wish to speak with him in person.
No. In the event you rejected our first proposal, we came prepared with a second.
Ambush!
More are coming! Make ready!
We, the loyal soldiers of the First Legion, proud servants of Garleans, of the fallen Emperor Varys, shall safeguard these lands from the barbarian hordes until our countrymen return! Stop, both of you!
This child may be the worst emissary I have ever seen.
We received an urgent communication from the Grand Company of Eorzea. Envoys from the Imperial Army, led by members of the 10th Legion, came to Alamigo and requested an audience. They explained that their efforts to coordinate the reclamation of the capital with the aid of the 4th, 5th, 8th and 12th had ended in failure. Communication between most legions has broken down entirely. Most of the 10th's conscripts have deserted, leaving their forces severely depleted. That is why, unable to continue the fight on their own, they and their allies turned to the Grand Company of Eorzea for aid.
Lies! Every word!
It is the truth, and I have not finished. The 10th has requested that we deliver a message to Lord Quintus. Have the ill stand down.
You have been listening, my lord? What are your orders?
Inform her that we will honor the 10th's decision. Bereft of hope, and now dignity. I release you from your duty. All of you.
Oh.
I take solace, your radiance, in the knowledge you are not here to witness our debasement. 'Twas a grand, glorious dream we shared. Of a world united, of peace and prosperity. We are ghosts, you and I, memories of days gone by. Bonds forged in blood that I will not see tarnished.
Quickly! We have to reach the station before it's too late.
If there is still a chance that Quintus will agree to a truce, we must take it.
I just hope we get there before he and his men do something rash.
Yeah. We will make no attempt to resist. Much and more has occurred since we last met. As for determining what comes next, we must speak with Lord Quintus. With the immediate crisis averted, Lucius seeks to gain an understanding of the present situation. Before we proceed, tell me what you know of the First Legion and the disposition of their forces. They were preparing for war while the refugees in their care were left to go hungry. A reckless, short-sighted plan that risks the welfare of the people they are sworn to protect. Nevertheless, we cannot compel them to accept our aid. If we were to arrive in force with the intent to do so, we would only incite panic. But perhaps they can be persuaded to follow one of their own. Go with Julius back to the station and have him lead the refugees here. Some may be unwilling or unable to leave, but for the time being I'll take what I can get. Elfino, Alizé, and the scouts sent to extradite them should already be at the station. We'll also have our other comrades in the area lend their support should it be needed. Understood. Oh, it's quite a distance to go. Follow the tracks. Yeah, we follow the tracks all the way around to... We have to go past the Aetherite. 'Tis a comfort to see thee none worse for thy recent ordeals. Oh, I did not expect you to arrive so soon. There's been a development. Perhaps you had best see for yourself. What are you doing back here? Where are Julius and the others? Alike, Akali, and Julius. We arrived just before you did, and too late. Too late for what? What's happened? It's Lord Quintus. He took his own life. After the news about the 10th, he relieved us of our duties. Then, when he was alone, he... No, he wouldn't. Thancred and the others, assisted by the soldiers, have seen to the remains. In due course, shall the legatus be afforded a proper burial. He released us from our duty. He wanted us to be free to choose our own fate. Without him to guide us, I have just this moment spoken with Lucia. We are ready to commence the transfer of the refugees here to Camp Broken Glass, should they be willing to accept our aid. Some would rather die, but most of us just want to live. Songs of standards be damned, we just want to live. We'll need to speak with the refugees. They'll have to decide for themselves if they wish to come with us. If any would prefer to stay, we can have supplies brought over for them. It'll be a hard journey for the others, but we'll see that they reach our camp safely. I... It was only ever a dream, wasn't it? To think we could reclaim it, rebuild it all ourselves. Before this all began, I sent my wife and daughter away to the provinces. If there's a chance I might see them again, I'll take it. So take me with you, please. Well, got the Aetherite sorted in the end. All it took was a few adjustments, and now it works as well as it ever did. From what I can tell, the one in Lantern is also functioning as normal. That's where you lot are staying, isn't it? Now that most of us are packing up and leaving this place, I reckon there'll be more use for me and my skills over at your camp. Well, hell yeah. It's you, the one who treated me with such kindness. I heard from the others that you're not from around here. I thought you were one of us. Not that it makes much difference now. Purebloods, migrants, savages. After a while, the words start to lose meaning until all you're left with is anger and fear and hate. And I'm too tired. If you and yours have come to offer aid, I will be glad to accept it. To employ healing magics now would likely invite catastrophe, as thou canst attest from thy experiences at Victor's spoils. Indeed, the Garleans view our ability to manipulate Aether with the same suspicion that many Eorzeans do Magitech. I don't know why I thought more was going to get said. Everything's going to be alright now. Why? We have much to discuss. Our rescue, the attack on Camp Broken Glass, what we'd hoped to talk about with Quintus. But all of that can wait. More urgent matters to demand our attention. Are any of the refugees willing to come to our camp? Thank the 12. Thank the 12. Oh, I didn't even see you there, Thingrid. You and I should go first to secure the route back to Camp Broken Glass. With all the creatures and temperate skulking about, I suspect we'll have our hands full. This should come in handy. Conqueror's Chain, courtesy of our Lamentsand friends. I'll save it for the temperate, though. I'll mark a few points that need surveying on our map. Once you've taken care of the riffraff, we'll meet back at our camp. I wonder if my chocobo's going away during the cutscenes. I actually think that is what's happening. Oops. This way, dear. I don't know what's going on with that person, but they spawn their deer on top of mine, and then they're just letting their deer kick their ass. I gotta kill it for them. They're not even doing anything. Oh, we're supposed to be helping him. My bad. Kill! You see no threats on the path ahead. Don't look at me. There we go. Hello! Hello, Grimol. How are you? Oh, and thank you for the sippies. I will take those momentarily.
Casa, oh Casa, I can't believe you're only level 83. I'm already soloing the EX final boss for my last bis. Get foiled.
Damn, Sprightly, you got me there. I am only level 83. And thank you so much for subscribing. You are almost at the 1 year mark. I have got to get those 1 year badges going. Oh shit, I missed the soldier because I got distracted. I'll just kick his ass again. I am not doing too badly. I am definitely only a level 83 though. I'm not even... I don't think I'm even 81 on my main. It is slow going. There we go. Yeah, it's been really, really good. Everything's really, really pretty. I love the Garlean storyline a lot. I really like the Fandaniel reveal. The Fandaniel reveal was excellent because I definitely hated that little bastard, but now he's fantastic. Garlemald stuff has been extremely excellent. It's very sad. I got a little teary-eyed just moments ago. There you are. As expected, I ran into a few beasts who went down without much of a fight. The tempered proved somewhat troublesome, but those chains should keep them under control until our allies take them into custody. With that taken care of, I am to gather a few supplies and then return to the station. While I see to that, would you mind appraising Lucy of our progress? As it happens, I have some rather pertinent information from our recent scouting forays, but I'll save that for later. First things first and all that. So I'm in Garlemald right now, but the first zone was Charlian, the second zone was Thavnir, and the third zone, 3 out of 6, has been Garlemald. So we're in Garlemald right now. I think there's the Imperial capital, which is incredibly befuckled, and the Imperial Palace, which has also been greatly befuckled. Kali, I was informed of Quintus's suicide. It must have come as great a shock to his men. What of the refugees? I am told some were receptive to a proposal, but I would hear your first-hand account. That so many did not hesitate to accept proves how desperate their situation has become. We'll do our best to make them feel welcome. The troops who participated in the ambush are no exception. They will be afforded the same treatment as any other refugees, preferred notwithstanding. After all, even if I wanted to make an example of them, there's no one left to learn from it. We will tell our allies that these soldiers were acting under direct orders of their legatus, and that following his suicide, they are offered a full and unconditional surrender. Perhaps Quintus thought that had he lived, he would be tried as a war criminal, and his men punished with him. Perhaps by taking his own life, he hoped to absolve them of any culpability. Or perhaps, like too many others, he was a true believer to the end. Who can say? I didn't know the man, or his heart. His reasons, noble or otherwise, died with him, and it falls to us to clean up the mess. Let me look at this brand new hat. I bet it's gonna be bad. Oh. No, it's the Shire cap, which therefore does make it pretty bad. It looked good for a moment. Lucia has further news for you. I assume you're curious about how matters have progressed here in your absence. Quite well, as it happens. Now that you've procured ceruleum from Tapper's Den, the recently repaired heaters can provide much-needed warmth. Furthermore, we've prepared sufficient food for everyone. Those from Tertium shall find a hot meal waiting upon their arrival. There's one for you. So go on ahead and get some well-earned rest. I believe that we're capable of wielding a ladle or two without your assistance. On your way, might I ask you to seek out Y'shtola? She was but recently attending to the wounded, but she's meant to be taking a rest herself. See that she is. Yes, I have been taking proper breaks and imbuing sufficient water, but what of the Warrior of Light? You and the twins have established history of reckless disregard for your own well-being. We're all fortunate that none of you landed yourselves in my care. I've already quite enough to deal with, between the tempered and the first wounded. Alas, though I can mend bodies, the toil of their experiences have taken their hearts and minds is another matter altogether. For their sakes we mustn't waver, but nor must we rush ahead in eagerness to see the day won, and in so doing, invite disaster. Upon settling down for supper, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these cutscenes in their entirety.
Is that all of them?
The last of those who agreed to join us, yes.
We left heaters and provisions for those who wish to stay behind. They won't last forever, but hopefully they'll last long enough.
For now, I think everyone's earned a rest. We'll see to those in need of medical attention, so take the others with you and get yourselves some hot soup.
Albrecht went to talk to Justinian. I think that's pretty sweet. What are you gonna do now, Julius?
Warmth. At last.
Marvelous, isn't it?
Shut up, Himalayan.
All thanks to the resourceful machinists of Ishgard, I might add. On their behalf, I bid you warm yourself to your heart's content.
Hold on. Your people might have scribbled a few things on a piece of parchment, but it was our Leminson Smiths that put the bloody things together.
Well, be that as it may, we single-handedly got the interior heating up and running again, didn't we?
What? You didn't do any of this. Neither of you.
The hells you did? We were there every step of the way.
We? You barely raised a finger to help, you ale-sodden reprobate.
I did a damn sight more than you, you lily-livered bilge rat.
Take that back.
Make me.
I will not stoop to your level.
Here.
Oh, El Amiga.
That's ease, man. There's nothing funny in it. I'm from Alamigo, but was a conscript until recently. Used to eat this with the officers.
Apparently, it's adapted from a steppe recipe. This is my first time trying it, and I have to say, it's not half bad.
It's a bit too flavorful for my liking.
Perhaps compared to what you're used to.
It's the little things that make life worth living, don't you think?
Oh.
I know this is not a dream, and yet... I felt the same way at the Dragon Song War's end. Every morning I would step outside and need to be reminded that it wasn't my imagination, that my world had been forever changed. And just as I had grown accustomed to the idea, again you change my world in ways I never thought possible. Were it not for you and your fellow scions, the rifts between man and dragon and myriad tribes might never have been bridged. The Grand Company of Eorzea, the Ilsabard contingent. We owe it all to you. We've shed many tears in recent days, of pain and sorrow, triumph and joy. I much prefer the latter.
As do I.
I'm honored to fight by your side. As an Eorzean and Garlean both, I shall do all in my power to bring my peoples together.
It is a remarkable achievement. Everything that I and the Populares had hoped for, and more.
Would that it had come sooner.
Indeed. Too many are not here to see it. And yet, There is a warmth in my breast, as if they still share in this moment.
Yes, I know what you mean. On a night like tonight, the wind and cold seem to pass me by.
On behalf of the Garleans Empire, thank you for inviting me today.
What? Emperor Varys?
Oh no.
They are being tempered. The talismans. Quickly!
Save me, brave hero! Ahem. My lord has requested your presence, and I would hate to disappoint him.
The experiment was a success, but I fear our time is short. I shall begin the preparations. Now, it is time for you to awaken.
Don't eat that. Oh god. I'm gonna be missing like all my limbs and stuff. This is literally a scene from a
Good
horror
morrow
movie.
to you. Here, have a taste before it gets cold.
Don't eat it.
But be sure to remove your helmet. Take a moment too to familiarize yourself with that borrowed flesh.
Don't take my bunny ears. Oh.
So, how does it feel? I, for one, find those first moments within a new body to be most refreshing. We had a Magitech engineer by the name of Aulus to thank for this method of soul extraction and implantation. I believe the two of you met briefly in Alamigo.
Oh my god.
His was a rather sticky end, wasn't it? Thankfully, he was thoughtful enough to leave behind his mind-jack technology. I took the liberty of making some improvements and selecting you as my esteemed test subject.
Give me back my body, please?
And permit you to go on a righteous rampage instead of partaking in this delicious meal? I think not. I must say, I have gone to great lengths to reunite you with my lord. When I discovered that his friend was in this neck of the woods, I suggested inviting you over for dinner.
I hate things that are happening. This is so weird.
He never deigned to respond, but I took his silence as a resounding yes. Oh my! Daddy is pleased his grumpy little boy has finally found his playmate. Exposition is in order. The Garlean Empire has long outlawed all forms of religion. No gods to worship, no risk of summoning. Brilliantly simple.
Don't do Varys any dirtier than you already have.
People being people must turn to something or someone in their hour of need.
Oh no, Varys. They have been praying to Varys. Or like, not praying,
Why,
but...
His Radiance the Emperor, of course. As you have observed firsthand, Garlemald has seen better days. The legendary Solus Galvus, dead. Provinces near and far in open rebellion. Our bold new emperor assassinated. And that last one even sparked a civil war. What rotten luck. The people cried out for salvation. Their earnest pleas, one might even call them prayers, a supplication united for the Empire to reclaim her former glory. And so their will did manifest, channeled through the corpse of none other than Emperor Varys himself. And lo, the Savior was born, the embodiment of the Garlean spirit.
Oh.
Their anima. It calls to its subjects, compelling them to take up arms and fight. And just as the wealth and power gravitate towards the Empire's capital, so too does ether from every corner of the globe. The towers with which you and your allies have been so preoccupied were created as an extension of anima itself. An ingenious design. Would you not agree, my lord?
Does the pursuit of prey you have bested before excite you? Of course not. Absent the challenge, the thrill, your prize is a hollow victory. Butchery. Perhaps you think that to be the extent of my promise. I have no doubt fallen in your estimation since Alamigo. Fair enough. But do not let your disdain deprive you, deprive us, of an opportunity to craft an even more majestic moment of euphoria.
I don't get off to this the way you do.
I have been honing my craft as I set the stage for our reunion. Wheresoever there is suffering and despair, you appear to fulfill your duty as defender of this star. The chaos and destruction that my hordes have wrought are my gifts to you alone. At a loss for words? No matter. As you will learn, I have only just begun.
Oh, will you not finish your meal?
There is only one thing that can sate my hunger. And it would seem my friend has lost her appetite. I hoped this display of civility might prove an entertaining diversion. But clearly we are above such pretensions. While my lifeless body was in the possession of the Ascian, I too claimed another's as my own. It was an enlightening experience to fight in an unfamiliar form. Flaws and failings in my technique were plain to see. Whence rises one's true strength? The flesh? The soul? Perhaps you should like to discover the answer for yourself.
God.
Or together.
Oh, gross! Get him out of my body!
Oh dear! Whatever would happen if my lord were to greet your friends as you? I shudder to imagine what carnage he would wreak. We'd better hurry if we want to avert the bloodbath. You can thank me later for my generosity.
Oh god. This is a disaster. I'm so stressed about this.
Ah, there it is. Your camp, I believe. If I were to hazard a guess, I would say that you, the other you, is making her way there as we speak. Alas, this you will have to walk from here. Or run, if you can manage it. My lord would be cross if I made it too easy. Such ingratitude. I'd not squander this fighting chance. After all, you've obstacles enough to overcome. Right on cue. Tempered soldiers, with standing orders to kill those not sworn to anima. Under normal circumstances, you would make short work of them. But on this occasion, the odds are not so heavily stacked in your favor.
Okay. I have paladin abilities, which is putting it exceptionally mildly. You should definitely do too. I know what that is. Can use Rampart. Oh, I take a lot of fucking damage. Oh, I'm stuck.
Not bad at all, given your diminished capacity. Nevertheless, 'twould perhaps be prudent to keep to the shadows, scurrying about like a rodent.
The Tempered Imperial has breathed his last. Offer silent prayers for the deceased. Were you in possession of your own body, you may have had the capacity to subdue rather than slay this tempered soldier. In this battle, you are unable to use the full extent of your powers. To reach Camp Broken Glass quickly, you should avoid combat whenever possible. If you are discovered, your foes will give chase. The Magitech units are especially powerful, and your chances of defeating them in your current state are slim at best. The unfortunate soldier was carrying a medical kit. You may use medical kits to restore depleted HP. While you could only carry a limited number, more can be found by inspecting fallen soldiers or wrecked Magitech. I should just fucking use this. It seems like things don't wander, which makes this look quite a bit easier. Ooh. Oh, they wander a little bit. That thing is gonna be a problem. I need him to move. I don't think I'm going the right way, regardless. I need to go. Yeah, I've been going the wrong way. On top of everything else. Whew. That was very dangerous, but I did do it. Under here. Oh, maybe I wasn't going the right way. Because, like, going south makes no sense to me. Ooh, it's all bad, Todd. Oh, I'm super screwed. Okay. I will probably die. I'm a little confused on where I'm supposed to be going. Oh, I see. Oh no! I don't see, actually. Since I'm going to die anyway. Okay. No, yeah, that makes sense. I don't have a... Wow! Final Fantasy. That's not very kind. Why not just start me at the beginning of the duty? I'm trying to think. Maybe I should have just... I don't need to turn this laundry again. Maybe I should have just kept going the way I had before. Yeah, maybe heading towards the, heading towards the other Aetherite probably would have been my best bet. I doubted myself and tried to go the fastest way. Ooh. That's not bad. I'll head towards you then.
Not bad at all, given your diminished capacity. Nevertheless, it would perhaps be prudent to keep to the shadows, scurrying about like a rodent.
Okay, back to the way I was going. I was probably right the first time. Shouldn't worry too much. A small sack. I don't think I can kill Magitech, right? Well, maybe. Okay, that's not so bad. They made it sound like it was impossible. Please let me in this building. I can't fucking see far from. There's no going this way. There's no going this way. Okay. That's deeply unfortunate for myself. Sarah was too proud to admit she had gone the wrong way. Where I had been before. Can't go that way. That guy to turn around. Or I could just... Oh, I see. You've not been turned, thank goodness. I thought I was the only one left. The bastards got my hand when they took down my Magitech Reaper. If you can repair its leg, though, it should still work. Here, take this key. It's run out of ceruleum. You might be able to find more in the wreckage. Okay. Was that other thing that I saw before? There was a Magitech Reaper, and I wasn't reading, but it was still glowing the last time I saw it. Okay. I gotta run all the way back, though. I actually don't know if this is the right one. Might be that one over there. Yeah. Transporting? Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my god. Transporting, get the hell out of here. That was lucky. Please help. Unable to escape the blast, you begin to lose you begin to lose consciousness. Thank you for the sippy. Oh fuck. That was a bad time for a sippy, actually, Yank. I know you. I don't appreciate that being done on purpose. If I had failed that, that would have been very bad. You knew it was coming.
It is a miracle we were able to restrain the Tempered without suffering casualties.
A welcome one. Arun, Senna and the others have their hands full as it is. Thankfully, there are enough scales for everyone.
And what of Eulus? His symptoms were particularly severe.
They were, but others fared still worse, including some brought back from the Magna Glacius. As those in most desperate need take priority, it may be a while before he receives treatment. But rest assured that he will. In the meantime, we must find our missing friend. May the Fury guide you.
Of all the bloody times for a disappearing act.
Right when the first wave struck, we'd be fools to think it a coincidence. But where even to begin the search? No one saw her leave in the chaos, and we've no trail to follow.
While I know full well she can handle herself, I worry all the same.
Ah, speak of the devil.
Well, time to call off the search.
Case closed.
That's her, over there.
It's Dunban over there.
Aye, 'twould appear so. Thou art struggling to perceive her presence?
I am. Perhaps, in the aftermath of the wave, there is some residual effect interfering with my faculties. But...
Where have you been? We've been worried sick.
Now, all's well that ends well. Are you all right?
Are you all right?
Who are you?
Enough, Xenos.
Sadly, that is all we have time for today. The effect has run its course, and back to your own bodies you must go. But where are my manners? You have all traveled so very far, and I have yet to pay my respects. Though in my defense, I was ill-prepared to receive so many uninvited guests. As such, preliminary entertainments were in order. A handful of tempered soldiers to hamper your progress. Refugees to command your attention while I siphon the ceruleum from the shadows. Particularly effective. Charitable souls that you are, you bent over backwards to aid them. Heedless of the delay. Predictable to a fault. And so my plan approaches completion unhindered. Anima will soon have absorbed the requisite amount of ether. And then shall come the spectacle to end all spectacles. The eldest and most powerful of primals will awaken, and all shall bear witness to the final days!
The gods themselves will be my meal. Your dear companions my dessert. Upon this world I'll feast, and death shall follow in my wake. All your hate, all your rage, you will render unto me.
For upon thy life's reel wind too many threads of fate, power, weal enmeshed with woe. More terrible still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence. Take heart and protect them well. They will be your strength and your salvation.
Thank goodness. She's awake.
Is everyone all right?
Perfectly fine, yes. I hope the same can be said of you.
Everything in working order? That's a relief. Oh, and before I forget, thanks for coming to our rescue.
Given recent events, I would be surprised if you weren't feeling a bit poorly. A hearty meal and a long rest would be my recommendation under normal circumstances, but these are anything but. If Van Daniel's boasts are to be believed, we must act quickly. Once you've blown away the cobwebs, we can discuss preparations for our assault on the Tower of Babel.
I require a detailed report on what occurred while as you were not yourself. For the contingent, of course. It can wait until later, however. For now, it's enough that you've returned. The body you were forced to inhabit turned cold and stiff the moment you were returned to your own. Perhaps the soul it belonged to is long gone. Let us pray it so, for I doubt it would be better off in the care of Xenos or Van Daniel. Thank heavens you're you again. You gave me quite a fright. Are you certain that you're recovered? You mustn't push yourself, especially after an experience like that. Whatever that was, let's not do it again, eh? Full glad am I to see thee awake and restored to thine own flesh once more. Yes, 'tis you still. My apologies. I realized too late that the aether emanating from the tower was distorting my perception. 'Twas likely a temporary effect, but I remain wary. No apologies necessary, least of all to me. If anything, there's a strange comfort in knowing I'm no longer the only one to have been used as a villain's puppet, though I pray you'll be the last. You're sorting you're well. Nothing out of place, no missing bits. Good, though I won't promise the same for Van Daniel and Xenos after I'm through with them. How much must these people suffer before they're satisfied? How many cruel, pointless tricks must they play? Prelude to the final days or no, this ends now. Now that you've recovered, Lucia would have a word with you. You're well enough to make your report? These Emina was summoned with the corpse of Emperor Varus. Does their depravity know no bounds? Seems not. More to the point, we can surmise that wave of aether issued not from the Tower of Babel, but from the primal lurking within it. A primal whose cry rang rather more loudly in your ears than ours. If you were taken to the tower itself, then this proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that it is the beating heart of the Telephores' machinations. In which case, we have some highly relevant information. As many of you know, ever since we dispatched troops to free the Leviers, we've been developing a plan of infiltration to the tower. According to Thancred and his scouts, the main structure is lousy with tempered and enemy magitech. Furthermore, the road leading to it has collapsed, making it difficult to approach in numbers. Thus, we propose dividing our forces into two parties, one to distract and one to infiltrate. The Discovery Force will be comprised of the Ishgardian, Gridanian, and Lomunsan delegates. They will begin the construction of bridges to make the Telephore believe we are marching upon the tower. Meanwhile, the best suited of our Alamegan, Uldan, and Eastern comrades will use a different method of ingress. Look here. The facility marked in red is the Enclasidium, a vast magitech manufactory in ruins now, of course, but the freight tunnel connecting the erstwhile Imperial Palace remains intact. While the Telephore's attention is elsewhere, our infiltration force can use it to enter the tower undetected. Beware, however, that the underground rail network remains very much operational. The Tempered are using it to bring supplies to the tower even now. If they can carry their material, it can carry us too, providing we sneak aboard unseen. The Science will lead the infiltration party. Once inside, you must locate and dispatch Van Daniel and Xenos. You will save the people of Garlemald and those who suffer the world over. I, Julius, and so many others have lost much to the Telephori. We shall ensure they lose no more. How quickly can we enact this plan? Van Daniel made it quite clear that haste is a priority. Our paramount concern, even assuming he didn't name the Tower Babel on a whim, in Ammon's time it meant the gateway to the gods. Zande used it to refer to the Void Gate, but in this case it almost certainly alludes to something altogether greater. The eldest and most powerful of primals. All the more reason to act now. The rest of the contingent is aware of the plan and are ready to move at a moment's notice. You are to proceed north to the Fortium Patents. Lisa's group will meet you there. As ever, we are grateful for your foresight. This is the moment we've been waiting for. Spare no effort in your preparations. Oh, it's cool looking. That much I do know. It's like the Dark Riders in Boja. Like their little Anubis faces. The sun does not sneak. However, he will travel this path of yours, and those who walk with him will bask in his radiance. Damn these frigid lands. I'm to accompany you to the tower. It is an honor as ever. Akali, the way to the tunnel is clear. We've made sure of it. I wish you'd made sure to bring a coat instead. Oh, I'll warm up when I throw a punch or two. Barely enough cloth to swaddle a newborn. Clearly you've spent too long around the feral dog of a Dothra. Watch your tongue, little fool, lest I feed it to the crows. We will see who is the fool when you freeze to death. Expect me not to warm your ill-prepared hide. These furs are for myself and my Nahama alone. Should I be blessed to meet her this day. As if any woman of worth would wish to be warmed by you, little son. Should we find such a warrior within, she will bask in my glorious flame. Stop, both of you! Save your fire for the enemy. As for the extra furs, I have plenty to spare. As do we. Hello everyone. All set for battle, I see. Yes, free of unnecessary encumbrances, if rather more susceptible to the cold. Let us review our strategy quickly, if you don't mind. Pippin's group has gone ahead to the Enkelsedum. We are to meet them there. We will wait until the Tempered's attention is drawn by our divisionary force, and then we will sneak onto the train. Next stop, the Tower of Babel. If any Tempered included are injured, we Zayla will tend to them. You Scions must press on, no matter what. We should avoid moving as a group until we're underground, so we'll need to make our own ways to the Inglesydom. See you there. I hate this ship. Hey, it's good to see you, Akali. We heard that you collapsed, but were given only the most cursory explanation. I'm glad you've recovered, and quickly enough to take part in the operation at last. As you will have heard, we've secured the way in, some few to remain behind, but to keep your escape route clear. Our comrade from Lennett's Tears will lead the way into the station. I'll join you soon. I don't think the trains are running, though. We'll have to walk across the tracks. This is everyone. Consider the enemy well and truly distracted. Time to go. Our primary objective is, of course, the Telephores leaders, but should we be presented with an opportunity to vanquish Anima, we must seize it. If it is indeed the force behind the towers destroying it, we will deliver our allies from the Telephores' reign of terror. And I, for one, would not see the Garleans people manipulated any longer, be it by Primal, Asian, or anything else. Hear, hear, there's been enough of that. We came to help the people of Garlemald, and that's what we're going to do, together. Till the very end. The train should be along any moment now. Prepare to board, everyone. I did a very good job in the first dungeon, so hopefully I can continue to do a pretty good job. I guess they are running.
Now or never.
So I need to stay in. Oh, okay. Or it could be like this. Okay. Alright. Please don't make me do more magnet shit. I am simply too stupid. Whoa! Ah, snapshotted. So, positives, opposites. Oh, okay. There. Understood. Read it like clear, and I died for it. We've been here, I think, which is the sad part, with Estinian, and it did not look like it. I was gonna say, this is the man we just saw playing. Oh no, it became small. Oh my god. This has been so rough. I had so fine in the first dungeon. I have no idea what's happening in this one. It's fine. So now you would want to turn mini and go under them. That makes sense. Frogs to avoid breathless status for whatever reason. God, I would love to stand like this out. I also love gear. Unless... I'm sorry this happened to you, Varys. Oh, it's bracelets. Okay, I could. all it's been, actually.
Farewell, Varus. May the gods have mercy on your soul.
Cause this game don't.
Come. The other two await.
This madness ends here!
Oh, hush. This is the best part.
Enough!
Oh, mighty Zodiac! Awaken from your slumber and descend!
Some manner of magical defense?
Cryle? But how?
Idle.
The shackles that bind my adversary will not be so easily broken.
Hydaelyn! Feeble relic of a forgotten age! Hark! Victory is mine! No more ether. And I was so close. My lord, a slight change of plans. We shall travel to the moon and break this wretched barrier ourselves.
We'll just go to the moon. No problem.
Whatever it takes.
What was that?
The final order issued by Anima to the Tempered Thralls.
Should the Empire fall, the world must share her fate. Of course, Father lacked the conviction to give such a command. The abomination born of his flesh was but a puppet, and I the puppeteer.
You madman! You monster!
There's a funny joy in watching your flailing attempts to fight the inevitable. You're all going to die, and are powerless to prevent it. We really must be on our way. You're welcome to give chase, provided you are content to leave comrade and tempered alike to die screaming.
I have asked too much of this child. Tend to her. The last brand at Mare Lamentorum is yet unbroken. Zodiac remains bound. I have shifted the flow of ether and sent the enemy far from their destination. Now, I shall divert it once more. An ally awaits, and I will deliver you unto him. Seek his aid. Restore the seal. Zodiac must not be set free.
Go to him.
The Tempered are running wild. Not only those at the tower, but those back at the camp. The others are doing their best to contain them, but the situation is growing beyond our control.
Leave them to die or give up the chase. Just like Van Daniel said.
Garlemon's fate is in your hands.
You're going alone? You have our trust and our faith. I pray we have yours. Our friends in the Tempered need our help. We will save as many as we can, I swear.
Once we have matters well in hand, we'll join you on the moon. Until then, be careful.
Just join
There's
me
no
on the
telling
moon?
what you'll find.
We must go to him. Fear not for Krile. Go forth and return, I prithee. She channeled a dangerous amount of aether, and there's no saying of the teleportation magic she must have used to get here. Yet Krile and Heidelin both were clearly willing to take the risk. We're moving out to rendezvous with the remainder of the contingent. Leave everything here to us. Stand there for just a moment, please. A prayer for good luck. Now you can't possibly fail. With time for worrying over what's done, let's go. As I suspected. If all of the tempered are afflicted, Julius and his comrades likely put up quite the struggle. We'll find a way to save them. We must. I only pray we are not too late. In the meantime, may the 12 carry you to victory. Neato burrito. A trip to the moon. Rahatia is pondering the technological marvel you just beheld. My apologies, I was lost in thought. This device is of Alagon design, which leads me to think I was right about Fandaniel. No matter what he claims, he still has an attachment to the trappings of his past. Whether knowing this will make your path forward clearer, I cannot say, but bear it in mind. But let us return to the task at hand. As Heidelin said, the flow of aether will transport you to Mare Lematorium. We must hope this ally of hers can provide you with the necessary assistance to restore the seal before Xenos and Fandaniel arrive to stop you. It seems we are ever one step behind, but I have faith you'll make up the difference. Know that whatever awaits, our prayers are with you. Now go. Beyond the sky. I don't want to get my hopes up about who it is that's waiting for us on the fucking moon, but my hopes are high all the same.
Long, long before Dalamud was forged to imprison an Elder Primal, the eldest of them all, savior of the star, was sealed within a moon of his own. Souls sacrificed to grant him life still slumber and dream of the day he and we will be made whole. Here he waits, in this cold, barren place, his cradle and his grave. Silent lamentations and prayers of hope echo soundlessly to a sundered star, adrift and alone.
You, with me, Heidelin's champion. Return, I must return. Why? Why? Home. I want. I need. mustn't touch. In cerulean halls, find me. Let me touch your rock first. Can I pull it? No. I can't get my hopes up. I have to grow my emit. No steps echo through this looming spire save your own, but you nevertheless sense a presence above. Oh. Who are you? White robes? White mask? Oh, there's a whole lot going on out here. Zodiac. Apologies, I have been preoccupied for quite some time, and I'm out of practice at conversation. Ever since the moon was created by Hydaelyn, I have served as an integral part. I am the Watcher. I am responsible for the prisoner and the devices that hold him fast. Zodiac himself, a projection of the moon's core. Though rent asunder by Hydaelyn, he grows more powerful with every rejoining. 7 there have been, 7 too many. Yet for all his servants' machinations, he remains incomplete. The fallen are beyond salvation. No attempt would be made to free Zodiark, not until he is whole once more. But someone has to take action. The shackles that hold him nearly shattered. Six locks to his jail, great and grand. Gargantuan swords driven deep, brands to bind Zodiark forevermore. Five were destroyed by his would-be liberator. One of these I have restored. I strive to mend the remaining four, but my efforts are being impeded. Souls sacrificed to summon Zodiark, their manifestation consequence of the waning seal. They labor in opposition to my work. They must be expelled for the preservation of all. If keeping Zodiark imprisoned is the right thing to do, I will aid you. What is right and good? Ask 1,000 souls and receive 1,000 answers. I offer none. I am the watcher and the jailer. I am not the judge. Know this, that Heidelin commands the forces of stasis, and the moon is the product of such power. So long as Zodiark remains imprisoned in this place, no more sacrifices will be made in his name, nor will those souls rendered up in his name fade into oblivion. Go, meet with these wandering spirits. Do what you think is right. From endless dreams, I awake. Oh, did I... I probably should have talked to him before jumping off the building. That might have been actually the smarter thing to do. I don't want to ride the whale. I got a little ahead of myself. Sorry, I got confused. The Watcher would have you deal with the specters haunting the moon. You must confront those lost souls, yes, but you need not expel them by might of arms. A feathered touch, a firm word, simple methods may send them away, faint echoes as they are. Wear the strength of sentiment that drives them, however. Emotions do not fade even with the passage of centuries. And make haste. Though yet distant, unwelcome guests draw closer. Alright, now we can jump off the building. Where, when, how long? Was it truly so long ago? We were happy, at peace with the star. We nurtured it, helped it grow, with our will, our creations. We were the star's beating heart, its life. Every soul a drop of blood flowing through its veins. To live, to learn, to create, to make better. The star flourished, as did we. Do you remember? As the whispers die, the final spirit fades. No shadow of times long lost remain around the drowning brand. Dog? There's a dog on the moon. Can I ride you? An unusually lustrous dog is gazing at you with what seems to be fond anticipation. It appears to be waiting for you to follow it. Why? It's just a dog on the moon. Can I ride you, though? I'm, like, small enough. I would like to ride this dog. Follow the illustrious dog and try not to fall behind. What if the dog gave me a ride? I'm so confused where this dog is taking me. Oh, more spirits. The dog silently regards the spirit that lurks near the brand. We and the star were fulfilled. Wanted for naught. Oh. Wanted for naught, mourned for naught. So why did it have to end? I'll take my spirit over here. Well, that was sweet of her. Final days taught us to fear a death forced upon us, the injustice of duties and dreams left unfilled, the grief of unexpected partings, swift as darkness, cold as ash. Such tragedy, yet no catharsis, such truth, yet no consolation. As the whispers die, the spirit fades. All is silent around the numbing brand. The lustrous dog is once again staring at you expectantly. And who are you to deny it? Follow and try not to fall behind. Don't walk through the praying mantis. The dog does have like a rein made for riding. This dog was definitely meant to be my mount. The dog silently regards the shadow that lurks near the brand. Our perfection came crumbling down, such overwhelming despair. In that moment, we knew the end was nigh. The faintest glimmer of hope remained. We gave our lives that others may live. We gave ourselves to Zodiac. Zodiac, our Lord and Savior, to forge our world anew. To live and love again. Become one with the star. Fill earth and heaven with light, earth paradise, where fear is a distant memory. Pardon me, but would you be so kind as to step aside? Ah, that unmistakable color. The soul of Azim. But not the friend I knew, I think. Nevertheless, you are you. So Emmett Selk meant for you to have it. You seem surprised. Why might that be? We meet again, Hythlodaeus. Again? I do not believe I have yet had the pleasure. Let me tell you about Emmett Selk's Depression City. Emmett Selk created a shade in my likeness, and not only me, but all of Amarat? Oh, how very like him. A slave to sentiment, even after an eternity. As you may have guessed, I am different from the shade you met before. No mere approximation, but the original. A soul sacrificed to Zodiark. We remember in vivid detail the events leading to our purgatory. The plans and plots for our resurrection. Heidelin's intervention. And Zodiark and the stars' final fate. And then we drifted in a waking dream, our minds steeped in fog, until you came. I know not what you and your friends intend for Zodiark, or the future of the star. Nevertheless, in you I place my trust and faith. In you I choose to believe, as Emmett Selk did. Believe in yourself, and all will be well. More new arrivals, though. Fandaniel. That color, I know. another I do not. An unfamiliar but fearsome being. I have kept you from your duty. By way of apology, I will ensure that the shades hinder you no more. Protect the final brand. Fare you well, my new old friend. Something has raised the illustrious dog's hackles. The dog growls agitated. We must protect the brand. Come on, boy. The dog nudges you with its nose. You get the feeling it wants you to hop on. Finally. Tally-ho, puppy. Very curious about this dog. I have a theory, but I think I'll feel stupid if I say it. Well, failed step one.
In the nick of time to savor the crowning triumph. Unbound and free at last. Arise, Zodiac! Deprived of heart and will by the loss of dearest Elidibus. A creature of pure instinct, wanting for guidance. But powerful, oh so powerful. More so with every passing moment. Such potential, even in this incomplete state. Still the savior who delivered a world from certain doom.
So, here we stand.
I don't want to hear about Xenos. I need you to put it away.
You know my intents. Consume the god, then the world. Stoke your fury to a raging inferno, and dance among the ashes. Or perhaps you would face me here and now. A lesser but welcome amusement. Yes. A taste to whet the appetite.
Sorry to spoil the moment, but might I ask that you postpone the slaughter until I've said my piece? I promise I will be brief. Do you remember when I told you that I wanted to die and take everyone with me? I meant it.
Oh, yeah, I kind of thought, yeah, he's just gonna go be the new heart. If that's how it works. We are the Savior. We are the Guardian, Keeper of Natural Order. We are the Martyr, the Bestower of New Beginnings. We are...
Such lofty aspirations! And what sweet irony that the world's saviors will become the agents of its destruction!
It cannot end this way. We must return and be made whole. We are the will of the star, now and forever. The greater good, for the sake of the world.
Wrong! Lies and delusion! The dead have no power over me. You will be silent. Silent as the grave!
Beg of you. The star must endure.
Believe and walk in faith. Let the light of your soul shine for all to see. Not quite the outcome you'd imagined, but a fitting one nonetheless. Don't you think so, Hades?
I had intended to pit my fractured divinity against Xenos, but a more tempting option presents itself. The greatest obstacle to my ambition. You will trouble me no longer.
Well, let me take a look at you at the very least. This isn't what I wanted for you, Zodiac, and I am disappointed on that measure, but I suppose there was no other way for it to be. Feels like the end of the game, but it is in fact the 83 trial. It's felt like the end of the game the entire game. I'm sad it's Zodiac.
Establishing connection. All creation shall bend to my will.
Understood. Can fall off this arena. My sage, my co-healer is lost in the abyss. That's a little disappointing. If they have been dropped trying to get in here, they are not getting back in here. Not the next hour. Oh, there they go. I thought they were gone for good. Like I got
the end has come, and it will be beautiful.
Daniel's so fucking loud.
The marvels of circus were but playthings.
I wonder what that means.
Malice, become flesh.
This is all gonna combine into some bullshit in just a second.
Will you live to see the end?
Oh, I see. Oh, I moved too soon. I just simply thought it would finally be over. Okay, so that's gonna be a square.
Soon my hold of a zodiac shall be complete. Mine, all mine. At last, I am become Zodiac. The natural order overturned. All in existence, bent to my will. My life's work, my masterpiece.
Bruh, please. I'm simply too stupid for such things. Oh, they're gonna be lasers, and then we move over.
How I've waited for this day!
Follow. So we're gonna get turned that way.
All in existence, bent to my will! The great cataclysm, faithfully recreated! From broken skies fall tears of flame! All shall burn!
Yeah.
Will you live to see the end?
Oh no. No. Okay. We're all just... No, I think I can get it.
The end has come, and it will be beautiful. The marvels of circus were but playthings. Malice, become flesh! Will you live to see the end? Soon my hold over Zodiac shall be complete! Mine! All mine! At last, I am become Zodiac! natural order overturned!
So if I stand here, it will be safe, because I'm getting turned...
All in existence, bent to my will!
Turns, I'll be safe.
My life's work! My masterpiece! Waited for this day.
Now he's doing medium. Oh no, this one. No! I thought it was the star one. I got mixed up.
All in existence, bent to my will. Cataclysm, faithfully recreated! From broken skies fall tears of flame! All shall burn!
Oh, I see.
Will you live to see the end?
Oh.
All in existence, bent to my will! Will you live to see the end? I have no need for restraint. All in existence, bent to my will! Will you live to see the end?
I'll be fine. I'll be fine.
live to see the end?
God damn.
Will you live to see the end?
Every time. Okay. I think this is the wrong one.
All in existence, bent
No.
to my will. Will you live to see the end? Will you live to see the end?
I just couldn't heal. When there were so few of us, I just couldn't heal in time. I was out of everything.
The end has come, and it will be beautiful. The marvels of circus were but playthings. darkness become flesh! Will you live to see the end? Soon my hold over Zodiac shall be complete! Mine! All mine! At last, I am become Zodiac! The natural order overturned! All in existence, bent to my will! My life's work! My masterpiece! Waited for this day.
I will learn. I will definitely learn from my mistakes. My constant, unending mistakes. Am I going the wrong way?
All in existence, bent to my will.
Oh, I absolutely did. God damn it. I'll stop this.
The great cataclysm, faithfully recreated.
Oh, I'm so dumb.
From broken skies fall tears of flame. All shall burn.
I don't... Oh yeah, it is D.
Will you live to see the end? existence, bent to my will! Will you live to see the end? I have no need for restraint. Existence, bent to my will! Will you live to see the end? Live to see the end.
I'm so bad at video games.
Existence, bent to my will! Will you live to see the end? Will you live to see the end?
We got this.
The end has come, and it will be beautiful.
If I hadn't fallen off, I'm so mad.
The marvels of circuits were but playthings. Become flesh! To see the end. Soon my hold of a Zodiac shall be complete! Mine! All mine! At last, I am become Zodiac. The natural order overturned.
I don't think so, yeah.
All in existence, bent to my
That's
will.
gonna turn. Yeah. It just turns one.
My life's work, my masterpiece. Waited for this day.
Not this. Hang on. That one is this way. You want to be.
All in existence, bent to my will. The great cataclysm, faithfully recreated. From broken skies fall tears of flame.
It's the same as his name.
All shall burn! Will you live to see the end. Existence, bent to my will! Will you live to see the end? I have no need for restraint. Existence, bent to my will! Will you live to see the end? To see the end. Existence, bent to my will! Will you live to see the end? Is this the limit of your power? Is this how it ends?
done. My preparations are complete. Stand by to seal Zodiac once more. Withdraw from this place. The teleporter will deliver you to safety.
Incomplete and insufficient. Of course he was no match. Once again, you have left my best laid plans in ruins. And played your role to perfection. Thus, sealing my victory! From the first, all I wanted was for you to kill Zodiac. 'Twas but one of many methods to achieve the desired effect. It would have been the same had Xenos died in my place. But what better and more satisfying way to ensure success than to take control myself? My sole regret is that you lived to tell the tale. Even so, I have fulfilled my heart's desire. Let your murder mark the beginning of the end. The coming of the final days!
How quickly strength fades, and blood cools. Old familiar sensations. So many lives, so many deaths. No different this. I close my eyes and slip into the dreamless slumber. A tired song and dance. Routine. Always I wake. But not this time. Nothing left unsaid. Nothing left undone. Inherit my hell. I intone with glee. The man I was would weep for what I have become. The all-consuming contempt. But I've the wisdom of 10 millennia to justify my answer to the question. No value in their existence. Not a whit. For all that I looked. None that I did see. A final chance, then, for Heidelin and her faithful. In Cataclysm, prove me wrong. I sneer. All shall return to nothingness, as was your will, Emperor Sunday. I, the star, and every living being, consigned to your oblivion.
At last.
Deep breaths, slow and steady. You saw it too, yes? The blue star below, thrown into turmoil. Then it was no illusion. All was truth. With the death of Zodiark, the laws of nature which he presided have begun to unravel. The final days are upon us. What you witnessed was an omen, granted by the Echo, a vision of the horrors to come. Time grows short. I assume that's Xenos.
No. I'll find no fulfillment in a contest with you this day. Slavering beasts gather at your gates, ravenous and eager. Already you turn to them and away from me.
I'll never be your goal.
I must go forth once more in search of power far beyond the might of Shinryu. Power to make your heart run over with rage. For the eldest of primals was a betrayal of promise. A pathetic creature incapable of inspiring true despair. That's what I crave. Pure, unadulterated despair.
I will not fight for your amusement. We're not friends, Xenos.
We shall see.
sense his presence on the moon no longer. If you need not follow, then I beg you stay and listen to what I have to tell you. Of Zodiark and the end of all things. I kind of want to hear the story. It's going to be a while, and we're a little over time by a lot of time. But I will be back. I will actually stream on Monday, forsaking my afternoon streams on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So I'll be back tomorrow at 6 p.m. EST with more Final Fantasy XIV. But thank you so much for being here. Sorry this went so long. But I hope you all have a lovely, lovely evening, and I will see you soon. Goodbye.